Good morning. It's tier list today. Uh, Exclusively Danganronpa ones. Yay. Hello. Look, I lost whatever train of thought I had. Okay. Anyway, so this first tier list is like on I don't think it's the manga, but I know it's anime, games, and uh Danganronpa is. Yeah, tier list. Yay. It does look like the I guess you call them Japanese exclusive books like Danganronpa Zero are not included on this, which is probably for the best. Yeah, yeah, just general Danganronpa media at first. Which this one's the anime, and I'm not gonna lie, um, the anime is on the shelf. Nagito is blocking my view of it, but I haven't watched the anime for the first game. I have it. I just haven't watched it. Yeah, I have the art books for 1 and 2, Ultra Despair Girls, and V3. I have the anime for the first game, and I have uh I have uh both parts of Danganronpa 3. I have look, I have both parts of Danganronpa 0 on the shelf too. The book. It it's all right next to a very large Junko figure in a bunny outfit. And then you know, there's Nagito blocking the view of everything. I have kind of an entire shelf dedicated to Danganronpa. I say kind of because I didn't have anywhere else to put my acrylic stands for VTubers, so is there's like a quarter of the shelf where all of those are jammed. Yeah, that would have been unfair if it had included the light novels that we don't have official English translations of. Although I do want all of them. I I know that light novels and stuff are much less likely to get included in like localization and stuff like that, but that doesn't make me want it less. I I'm still 100 pages away from the end of Danganronpa Zero. I have to dust the shrine first. I I'll post the photo after it's dusted. There's also an Ibuki keychain out there. I I used to carry it on my keychain, but it's a shaker one, and I learned that the heat of the workplace during the summer, because it has shit air conditioning, makes the shaker leak somehow. Like I'm not sure. It's like it leaks the oil through the pores. I don't think resin has pores, but something's happening there. It if it's not hot, it doesn't do anything. I prefer not to think too terribly much on whatever curse it might have had. That was actually I think that was actually my first Danganronpa keychain. Yeah, it's some strange reaction. I'm not sure what it is, but my workplace also gets regularly over 80 degrees Fahrenheit in the summertime on the inside, so you know. Yeah. Okay, I haven't watched the anime for the first game. I really need to get around to that. Yeah, poor frog. So the okay, if I had done a tier list like this before I played the other games, the first game would be like S tier. Yeah, yeah, I figured that's what it would be. Yeah, I will not argue a a future where there's also the second and V3 and Ultra Despair Girls in anime form, but I know that that's unlikely. I don't care if they're just recaps. I went getting sidetracked. I went out of my way after I played Dramatical Murder to find out that there's an anime for it, and not too terribly long ago I finally put the anime on my Blu-ray shelf. It's not bad, but we did miss a lot of free time events. Yeah, that is one thing that I really like about the games. Is that, you know, you can get to know the characters individually. So I'm going to put the first game at A tier because it introduced me to Junko. When I went into this series, the only thing I knew was Junko's character design and her name. That's it. Like, I didn't know the premise. I had just seen her and I knew her name, and that was it. And I should have known that was going to be that was going to be the death of me. Because like it's great. This is a great game, and and I love it. I want at some point I'm going to replay it again because I got the oh yeah I forgot to mention that on the shelf is also the Danganronpa collector's like Danganronpa Decadence the collector's edition 10. And but one day probably possibly when traveling as like a something to do I'm planning on replaying the first game on the Switch. It's also it's kind of funny seeing fan art over everywhere, and it's just yeah no that okay that was probably for the first game the thing that took me the most off guard because like I just met her, done like a free time event, and then she's gone. I was I was not expecting that. It is, and I went in as blind as you could get. Like I'm not gonna lie, when I started the game, I only had the vaguest idea of like general plot. I had got they were on sale one day in the Steam store, so I got I think it was the first two and Ultra Despair Girls were all on sale. So, and I was just like, you know what, this I like the art style. I'll get it. I'm so bad about looking at something and like, ooh, I like the art style, not reading the description, not reading the tags. I got to get better at that because I that's how I did not know that Omori was a horror game until I was until it showed the horror part. She get a huge fan base if she only said two words. I know, right? But like, it's a worth it fan base. In comparison to the other games, though, this one does feel like they played it safe. Like the characters aren't as weird, the plot lines aren't as out there, but they're still weird enough and out there enough that it makes sense. Like in the run of the way the world of Danganronpa goes. Yes, like it's I won't say more lighthearted than the others, but it definitely doesn't take like since we're not delving as deeply into like the world of Danganronpa, it is you know bouncier. Does that make sense? Like I I don't know how to describe that. Oh, I gotta stretch. Oh, I also I have Danganronpa if unlocked. I haven't read it yet because it does have a little banner up at the top mentioning that there's stuff from Danganronpa Zero mentioned in it, which I find very interesting when we don't have an English translation, an official English translation of Danganronpa Zero, but Danganronpa If's little banner when you go to it in the game is just basically like, hey, you might want to read this other one before you read this. The premise was good, but they didn't play it seriously at the time. Yeah, yeah, and you can tell like the moment that you get into Danganronpa 2 that that's where they certainly like buckled down there. I'm surprised. What is it? Danganronpa Hagakure? Is that the one that unlocks at the end of Ultra Despair Girls? I'm surprised that one's not on this list. I haven't read that one either. But then the Nagito OVA is on the list, even though I've seen how hard that one is to get. I have watched it though. It's a fun one. Yeah. Eventually, I'll get around to reading Hagakure at some point. 2.5. I I like it because it's Nagito centered, but it doesn't feel like it's up to quite up to par with the rest of it. If that makes sense. Like it's another one that it felt like they did it to explain what was going on, but also like it almost felt like it was an obligatory here's what's going on so that you know how certain events come about. It was fun to watch, but I'm going to put it in B. I love me some Nagito. There's a lot wrong with him, but I love him. I don't think he'd like me very much though, because I like Junko a lot. So, yeah, it's really just an excuse to see more of him. I do wish that I could have that on Blu-ray though, or DVD or anything. So I'd take it on VHS. I don't have a VHS. Well, I do have a VHS player. I don't know if it works anymore because it's been hidden away for. Uh, when was the last time I watched a VHS? It was a promotional item, I think. Yeah, it was include. I think it was only included in the Japanese, like, complete set of. Was it Hope arc? or no, not Future Arc, maybe. I keep hoping that one day, like some at some point in the future, they'll do like one of those like fancy box sets as like an anniversary release and include it. I won't lie, I watched mine on YouTube. I find like special things like that for like pre-orders or like box sets nice. I like it, but it is kind of annoying that there's a chance that you won't be able to get it like in the way that you would like to get it. Like I would have loved for it to have been included in the Blu-rays that I have, but it wasn't. That's okay. I would look. I have been tempted to see if I can get the Japanese set that includes it. I am aware that the likelihood of it having any kind of English subtitling is low, but I I do it just to put it on the shelf. It's not the most out there thing I would have done. Like I have let's see, I've got Durara and JJK Zero as like Japanese import ones, and I wanted them to have them on the shelf. I just got lucky that they had English subtitling. It's a lot of effort, but if you yeah, that is what I'm hoping to do. It's the finding a good price part that's going to be a little tricky. Oh, it's I speaking of finding a good price, I spent ages looking for a looking for the Servamp movie because it didn't get a Western side release as far as I'm aware. What the fuck just fell? Anyways, but I found it on sale as like I think it's a deluxe version. I'm just hoping that thing's got some English subtitles. If not, I'm gonna have to buckle down and study harder. I wanted the Persona 4 anime, but it costs like $300. Oh, holy fuck! I keep forgetting that Persona 4 has an anime. I'm not gonna lie, because like I know about the Persona 3 like anime like the movies because I have one of them. And I know about the Persona 5 anime because that's like what actually introduced me to the Persona series. I watched like one episode of that and went, huh, that's cool. And then ended up working like three doubles in a row and forgot about it for a while. And then picked up the games. Now I've gotta like is there anywhere that streams that one? I'll have to figure that out. Persona 4 is the one that I've played the most of. Like I haven't played it on stream, but I've played through a good chunk of it like in my free time. And actually oh hiccup. Out of the ones that I've played, I think it's my favorite my favorite plot line. I don't know what it is about it. I just like it. I can't wait collecting more. Look, okay. I really like collecting physical copies of media. Like yeah, I'll read it through like the Shonen Jump app if it's a Shonen Jump manga, or I'll watch it on Crunchyroll, or used to watch a lot of stuff on Funimation, or like whatever other ways to watch or read things. but I like being able to physically hold it in my hands and say, if this website or if this app or if this service goes down and never comes back up, I can still watch this thing. It will not be taken from me. Which the way that Crunchyroll handled Funimation digital content like really doubled that down for me. Yeah, I. It's also a very interesting thing to order uh an anime and open it up and it's just like, hey, here's a Funimation digital code. And I'm like, that's useless to me. P4 is very cozy. It is. Yeah, it there's something that you're right, there is something very cozy and very at home about it. Look, if I when I started my Blu-ray collection, I was originally just going to do Blu-rays. Well, my anime collection, since I it's not all Blu-rays anymore. But there are some things that I just can't find Blu-ray Blu Blu-ray releases of. That's a tongue twister. It is, and it's getting harder to find physical copies of certain things. Like I was also Aniplex. You make beautiful animes. You are a pain in my ass for any kind of like physical media. Like some because digital media is just like so prevalent. It's like some some places will charge out the ass to get a physical copy. Yeah. I speaking of Disney, I have the full like princess movie collection. It's up through I think Moana. Yeah. It also for some things like you'll be able to find like Haikyuu for example. You'll be able to find like seasons 3 and 4 no problem, but if you start looking for like seasons 1 and 2, they they're ooh, they are expensive ones. I think I've gone off on a tangent here. uh, so when I was growing up, I watched a ton of Disney movies. Like I like one of my favorites was The Little Mermaid. I'm I'm actually surprised that for The Little Mermaid and The Lion King too, I didn't wear the color out of the tapes like I did the Road to El Dorado. Like I straight up wore the color out of the Road to El Dorado. I know that one's not a Disney one, but it comes to show that if you like a movie or show, you have to save yourself a copy. Yes, yeah. like like as a just in case. Like just sometimes it's worth the splurge to get it. That being said, I other than like do they sell PC games on disc anymore? Or is that or is PC gaming all digital now? Oh. I used to watch a lot of Dragon Ball as a kid. I never had any on VHS. Like I don't know what channel my parents like I don't know what channel everybody was putting it on. I know. I can't help it. Like having having games on like Switch cartridges and stuff is nice, but at at some point the current game systems are going to be like aged out, and they're going to have new ones replacing it, and then those won't be backwards compatible because they don't because it's not profitable to keep making things backwards compatible. Because how are you going to get people to buy new versions of the game if they can just load in the old one? But I feel like PC is a lot better about backwards compatibility because like if I could find the oh wait no I know where the Sims 2 disc is. Hmm. But like I could put a Sims 2 disc in a PC and still be able to play it, I think. I can't put a Game Boy Advance game into the Switch. I can't put like a PlayStation 2 game into a PlayStation 5. I don't think. I don't have a PlayStation 5, I only have a PlayStation 2. Yeah, Steam is very convenient, but yeah, it did make it did make discs a lot less uh common. Because I mean, for a lot of people, why would you bother going to the store or ordering a physical copy of the game when you can just click on your computer? Yeah, true. That does not surprise me. Like I do know that there's like only a certain degree of backwards compatibility no matter what, because like there's changes to the way that everything runs that it can't be accounted for, and it can be little things, but it is what it is. I would like to have like physical PC copies of some games, but I know that that's probably not going to be a reality. Hmm. I wonder if I could read. I need another. I keep saying this because I keep adding things to it. So I've redone my my anime shelf several times because I keep having to get different different little media shelving units for it because it keeps growing. Yeah. Oh, do you know what makes absolutely no sense to me though? Like speaking of like physical media, um, so Cartoon Network just a few years ago released like complete series of like several of their classic shows like Curse the Cowardly Dog, Ed, Ed and Eddie, Dexter's Laboratory, like that kind of stuff. Did you know that they only released it on DVD? They didn't do a Blu-ray release. Ooh, man, that really is a tongue twister. Oh yeah, yeah, because when the Fallen Chimera figure releases, that'll I've got that on pre-order. I've got the Servant, uh, Ultra Despair Girls, like anniversary figure pre-ordered. If I had it my way, all of the walls of my room would be just lined with shelves, and I could have all the collectibles I want. As is, I have a shelf like packed to the. Oh, I knocked something over on it. Packed to the brim with like figures and there's a couple of like hooks stuck to the top of the shelf above it that I have like collectible keychains hooked onto, and like I have I very much like to collect things. I also collect rocks, but that's a different story. That has nothing to do with anime. I just like the way rocks look. Unfortunately, I have anime CDs too, or at least I call them anime CDs because it's like ensemble stars. um, it's a mess. There's no organization. I'm not gonna lie. The most organization that there is the Danganronpa shelf. Like the Danganronpa shelf and the manga shelves are about the most organized things. The anime stuff is kind of organized. I do not. I grab them and I put them in a box. They're not on a shelf. Uh, Sushi likes to steal rocks no matter the size. So they for my rock's safety, they stay in a box. I do have a hunk of granite like the size of my fist that I picked up while I was in Arizona. It it's probably like my favorite rock. Felt something touch my back and sushi was back there. I'm going to try to veer myself back at least somewhat remotely on topic because I got very sidetracked. I uh I have had a couple of friends kind of compare me to like a magpie or like various corvids with the fact that I'm just kind of like ooh shiny, but it applies to several like categories of things that I like to collect. Like I like collecting VTuber acrylic stands. Although I do have a really shiny one of those because I have the Chronoir 5th anniversary one, and it's like a really pretty like I don't know, is it full? It's shiny. Yeah. Okay. Oop. Maybe I had too much caffeine today. I I picked up a an energy drink and I was like, oh, okay, 200 caffeine. That feels like a lot. Like at least in one drink. And then I drank it anyways, and I was like, ooh, okay. Well, the caffeine headache is gone. Of course it is. That's a lot of caffeine. Um, where was I going with this? Oh well. Gonna try to like veer myself back on track here. I know I said that a couple of minutes ago, and then I didn't do that. Danganronpa 2. Yeah, yeah, it is. But Danganronpa 2, S tier. End of story. Like, I already fell in love with Danganronpa with the first game, but Danganronpa 2 is the one that locked me in as I'm not I'm not leaving this franchise. It's just yapping out, not that I'm complaining. Yeah, I am just yapping. But you do? But I to be fair, I'm also biased because like I really like Nagito. I like his storyline. and I kind of like, just in general, like all of the characters, with the exception of Terra Terra. Like they're fun. Two does have great characters. Feels like that's it feels like Danganronpa 2 is where they kind of like went, you know what? We're gonna make them weird, like weird. The first ones were weird, but we're gonna do it. Yeah, that is a good point. It did feel like the trial. It did feel like the trials went in circles, and uh, I know for the Mekon one, I was going a little bit nuts because I figured out very early on that it was her. Like it was gut feeling, and then all of the evidence like just pointed more towards her. And so that was one of those class trials where it felt like I was just like having to sit back and watch like all of the characters get to the point where I was without like being able to do anything. The fourth one with the elevator stuff. Yeah. Yeah. That one that one I can see that frustrating. Yes. The like as far as general plotline and characters, top tier. The class trials were a bit frustrating. I gotta get comfortable. I still haven't measured to see about getting a new chair yet. I really gotta get around to that. It's written on the board, so it's not like I can say that I forgot. I have to look at it like every day. Yeah, the first one you can give it a pass because like basic, basically no matter what, the first one's going to be a bit either over the top or underwhelming. The last one with the big bad AI I love AI Junko. I'll to be fair, I love Junko in every form. But like AI Junko was an interesting one. Danganronpa S. Danganronpa S is the ultimate summer camp, right? Overall the game. Yeah. I can see why. I have not played Danganronpa. I have not played Ultimate Summer Camp yet. That will be the next one after doing the talent development plan. Also, in Danganronpa 2, I felt like I picked up on more of the references in the game. Like I can be a little bit blind to references, but I felt like in the second one I didn't have to have them pointed out as much. So I didn't stretch. So this one is Danganronpa 3, The End of Hope's Peak. I I liked Despair Arc more than I liked Future Arc. I really liked Future Arc, but Despair Arc had a lot of Junko, and I know I'm biased for that. But as I I do have to put it up here in S tier. Look, okay, so forever seared into my mind is that scene of Junko in front of the windows with her arms out, laughing as the windows blow in. Like that is forever seared into my mind. yes, everyone does look super cute in anime form too. Like I loved it. I love the I love the animation style. Like I think that both sides did a really good job of like both giving the how did this happen and the how does this end. I think it was done in like a very like Danganronpa way. Yeah. And so I watched all of Despair Arc and then played Ultra Despair Girls and then watched all of Future Arc and uh and the Hope Arc episode, which why is that on the Despair Arc Blu-ray? Like why the plot was a bit shaky, but what isn't it? Yeah. I will say that Despair Arcs the Chiaki's death, like the that one got me. That one got me good. Like I knew it was coming. How are you gonna explain a high school alone to the yeah? There's there is a lot that you'd have to explain that just could not be explained. But you can yeah. I want to rewatch Despair Arc just to rewatch it, but knowing that I'm gonna have to eventually get to Chiaki again. It was. And like the flare of recognition from Izuru at that point. Oh, it hurt. It hurt a lot. I think she's adorable. But I also like gamers who just kind of keep to themselves. They're fun characters. She did not deserve that treatment. All right. Danganronpa V3. Yeah. Okay. So I think overall my favorite game of the series is Danganronpa 2. But like as far as like the game with the number of characters that I liked the most, that I thought were the most fun, definitely V3. And I do like the way that the game wrapped up, even if I'm still on the fence about how I really feel about it. Look, I had a bond with Samugi. It was not a good bond, but I had a bond. And I'm not gonna lie, Ultra Despair Girls is going into A only because of how clunky it was and Kotoko's chapter. If I didn't have as much fun with the rest of it, Kotoko's chapter, Kotoko's chapter alone would have put it into B tier, but I had fun with the rest of the game. Actually, I'm gonna have to move it down to B tier because the more that I think about it, the more I'm just like, yeah, it was funny seeing you interact with her. No, yeah, Yeah. I I went into all of these games as blind as I possibly could. I did get a warning about Kodako's chapter. Like I went into it as blind as possible, but with the warning that that one was going to be a doozy. Like I like the concept of Ultra Despair Girls, and I like the way it builds on the lore that we already had. So he has a lot of foreshadowing around her that you didn't catch much. He's still got the bad vibes. Yeah, I just the vibes were not there. She, the, yeah, like oh, so I'm still I'm still trying to tell if it was foreshadowing that I guessed Samugi's name. But at some point I will go and find out all of like the all the lovely little ending bits for Toko's thoughts for for based on how you scored. Yeah, Toko's an interesting one. The Ultra Despair Girls is definitely the darkest of the games. Like it's definitely the one that takes on the most serious topics, and it does a good job of making you feel uncomfortable. I would okay. I would like a spin-off anime of what's going on in Toko's head. Like I would really like those little like shorts animes where the episodes are only like 3 or 4 minutes long and it's just basically like uh non-sequential like little bits. That's what I want. Just for what's going on in Toko's head from the beginning right up till the end. Like starter at the opening of the first game. V3 gets a lot better when you replay and see all the foreshadowing. Ooh, ooh, I bet it does. Yes. I hear music. Okay. Somebody in the house has the music turned up loud. Yeah, like it's okay. What the? Looking back, Samugi disliking Kokichi, like the closer he got to like I guess figuring things out, or the the more intense he got about stopping the killing game. Like in hindsight, I can see that that's like definitely like definitely a sign of oh hey something is for sure up with her. I, for example, followed Kaito all the time on my first playthrough. That did change a lot how I saw that man. Look, I like Kaito. I want to go back and do his FTEs. Like I really like him. The the V3 characters feel like they're the most fleshed out. I can write an essay about how complex that man is. I would love to read it. Like there's like within there I feel like they're the most fleshed out within their own game. Like without having to go to other source material. Like the first game, like it feels like the characters like you really gotta like play the second game or watch the anime to like build on them. He's literally a Persona 4 character. That's I love that way of describing because that tells me a lot. Like Danganronpa 2, there's some of them that are really like good at being fleshed out in the game, but through that you kind of also have to do the FTEs to be able to get that fleshing out, like to the degree that it is for like V3 characters. Or like you've got to like for some of them, you've got to still watch the animes or like play another game for them to like get fleshed out like that. And then V3, it feels like they do a really good job of it. Hmm. This does kind of make me want to go back and do the FTEs for all the characters before continuing on to Ultimate Summer Camp, which I think is what I was planning to do. I don't know. I didn't make a note of it, so I don't remember. If not, I guess that's what I've decided to do. I think two were made for the sake of having crazy characters. I think so. And I do like how all of it across the entire like franchise does like intertwine in different ways. But it's like some of them have a character like Mikan and My Hero, but most of them don't have a lot of meat in it. Yeah, like you gotta like dig around and find other things like things in other places, which I don't mind. But at the same time, I like series where like the characters are fleshed out in the main thing, and then the other things that you can find other stuff is just like backstory that wouldn't fundamentally change the character or like just side stuff the like stuff that doesn't really relate to the main plot but is like about them, that kind of stuff. But I like Nagito, if you've done his FTE, you've kind of like and played the game, you kind of have like most of the meat. Yeah. And then like Ultra Despair Girls, you find out what he was doing like in the in between of Despair Arc and how they ended up there. Despair Arc, you find out, you know, what he does when he's, why does a rich kid have a hobby of building bombs? like, like where did he pick that one up from? And why has that factored into several things? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it really. You're not wrong. It. I. the most ideal way to do, like, ideal set of characters to do it with would be like if there were only like maybe a max of like 8 characters in a game, but then you wouldn't have as many as you would need. So I can understand how it ends up happening like it does. If you were rich, then why not? You know what? Fair enough point. I mean, if you're rich enough to go on vacation while you're suspended from school and not care that you ended up crash landed for a while, you have a lot of dumb hobbies if money isn't an issue. You know what? That is true. And from what we find out in his FTEs, he has enough money to not worry about, even if he got to pay his way out of jail. Alright, so this one is done. I'm going to move to the next one, which I think if I have this still set up right. Yep, this is the characters. I don't have a big enough screen. And this one is, I think, all characters across the games and the anime. Not gonna lie, there might be ones that I don't remember in this. If they're side character enough, I may not remember them. Alright, starting with Monokuma. So, double S tier is like Junko level. Like the ones that I love the absolute most, and or would put a ring on. That being said, there are like 4 in that category. Monokuma though, he's at A tier because I love the way his character is, but there are just some things that annoy me about him. Like it didn't happen as much in the third game, but in the first 2 games, there's a the ones you love the most. Yes, the ones I love the most won't hear any buts and ifs about. Like, yeah, but in the first couple of games, there's a few different scenes where Monokuma like gets weirdly excited about like something that the characters are doing, and it was at times that just kind of irked me. Just like a calm yourself down. So that actually gets him bumped from S to A because I like him. I like the role that he fills in the series. Yeah, and he was weirdly pushy. But like I guess that would be because like kind of on a bit of a crunch there. Like that once it starts getting broadcast, then it's definitely going to attract the people who are going to try to put it into it. So you kind of got to get the ball rolling and keep it rolling. But still. Yeah. Yeah, and the third game definitely like tones down the creep part. The second one tones it down a bit more than the first one. The first one like it felt like there was a lot there. Alrighty, our little protagonist Makoto. Makoto, I do like Makoto. Makoto's going in A tier. I like Makoto, but he is my least favorite of the protagonists. He is a ray of sunshine. He is and he's a fun one. Like the optimism and hope is a fun thing to like run through. But it's partially a case of it didn't feel like he got fleshed out as much as he could have, and partially a case of the other protagonists are like much weirder. Like Makoto's too focused on trying to be normal. Just let your freak flag fly. Like just be the weird one. He is. Granted, for all of them, there have been points where I'm just kind of internally screaming, like, why am I having to go through this over and over? Why is this not, like, occurring to you yet? But Makoto was quite oblivious in some places. Although I do like his character art. I like I like the art of him like running out of his own shoe. Right. Sayaka. I like her design. Like I really like her design. I think it's really pretty. But she's she caught my interest to a degree, but she didn't like. I don't know if maybe it's because I didn't do her FT enough of her FTEs or what, but it didn't feel like she kept my interest after the first little bit, like up until her death. Yes, yes. It it felt like she had a lot more potential to once again be weird. That's the thing for a lot of the characters for the first game. They had the potential to be a lot weirder, and they didn't push it to that yet. Like if the cast of the first game had been the cast of say the second or the third game, they would have been a whole lot more out there. She was. She was way too sweet, and she was almost like picture perfect until the picture cracks. And it felt like there wasn't a lot of build up to that side of her. But yeah, very cute design. Like I love her design. And maybe if I did more of her FTEs, I would have a different rank for her. Which maybe I should do this tier list again after I've done all the FTEs for all of the characters and see how that changes. Alright. Mukuro. Hi, honey. I'm going to put her in B tier because I do like her. I like the you get to you don't get to see much of her in game, but you do get to see like you get to see more of who she is in the anime. Solid role in the story. Also, she gave us the biggest meme. Yes, yes, Sayaka. I do appreciate that. That was another that was another class trial where I kind of felt like I was doing a lot of internal screaming. Yeah, yeah. That is one thing that does kind of annoy me. The only times we get to see Mukuro is her in disguise. And I have heard that she's in Ultimate Summer Camp, but once again, still like as Junko. I wish we could have gotten to see more of her as herself. She is alright, but once you read If, it might change your opinion. It might. Uh, between now and the next time I do this tier list, I will have done the FTEs and uh, I will have read If. So that may change my opinion of her. I do like her design though. I think she's adorable. I want to give her forehead kisses. Alright. Leon. I'm not gonna lie. I like Leon, but Leon's not my favorite character. Freckles gang. Yeah. Look, I love Freckles on a character. I wish that they did Freckles on more characters in like games like this. I like the concept of yeah, I like the concept of him, but he felt like almost he's the only one that rejects his talent and wants to pursue his own dream. Yeah. And I like that concept, but I feel like his personality is somehow a little over the top and a little underwhelming all at the same time. Like it feels like you can tell that him and Sayaka were designed first and that they got bored of them. That's part of the underwhelming part. Because it, it was either a like he's rejecting what he's known to be for who he wants to be, or it just felt like there wasn't too much there. A lot of idea, not a lot of substance. Yeah, look, Makoto may have tried to put himself as the normal one, but if anything, Leon was the closest to being a normal dude. A rebel that didn't get the shine. Yeah. Right. Chihiro. Chihiro. Chihiro's not quite in like the Junko tier, but definitely a top tier character. I can't say that I think that the way that he was handled was like as graceful as it would have been now. But this was also the first game's will be turning 15 this year, right? Because it came out in 2010. I think. Yeah, yeah, that too. Oh my god, Byakuya did him so dirty. I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of why I like Byakuya because there's something real wrong with him. Yeah, Monokuma was like, yeah, that was. I feel this is one of those times where I feel like if the game was made as like, if this cast and this plot line was like the second or the third game, it would have been a much different treatment of Chihiro as a character and as the plot line. All right, Mondo. Mondo's another one that goes in C tier for me because like he's a fun character. Really don't like how he reacted to Chihiro. Like that's yeah. Like I think he's I think he's one of the ones that had a lot of potential that didn't get utilized as much as it could have. But I do like his execution. I also can't explain it, but I like, yeah, he did regret what he did, which is the reason why he's not lower. Uh, but I also like the delinquent biker gang kind of like characters. I got a soft spot for them. That's why I read all of Tokyo Revengers, even though I came out of it like really liking one particular character, which I don't have a figure of because they don't do any good figures of him. There's just something that takes him off about his own. Yeah, like I still think that the way they went about it could have been done better. Like I think his character could have been done better. Yeah, it it was tragic. Yeah, Taka. Okay, hold on. Move, move. I will not take criticism. I love Taka. He just wanted to be a good boy. I love Taka so much. His death was one of my biggest no fucking way moments in the first game. His and Chihiro's both. I don't have other comments about him. He's just awesome. Look, if it wasn't for the fact that there are exactly four characters in this tier, I he would he would have ended up in another tier. He is. He's a good boy. He just wants you to follow the fucking rules. But like he's also like the way that the way that the two of them bonded, also I love it. And the way he reacted to like the the results of the trial and like what Mondo did. I don't have any more to say about him, but I want to protect him at all costs. Yes, I was so mad at Celeste for that. I'm still mad at Celeste for that. Hi Hifumi. E tier. I It's not that I don't like him as a character. Like I think he's an interesting enough character, but the way that he treated Alter Ego really creeped me out and knocked him down several pegs. Yeah, yeah. Like I get that there's like a pervy character in every game, but like this once again, this boils down to the way that I feel that everything relating to Chihiro could have been done better. I'm aware that it's kind of a like result of the times kind of thing, but yeah, I get he's lonely, but he was way too much. He was, and like even after it was revealed that Chihiro's not a girl, he still continuously refers to Alter Ego as she, and I never figured out if that was an intentional thing done by the localization team, or if it was like for story, or if it was kind of a don't know how to like it, if it was more of a choice, you know. Like I don't know if it was intentional or as like purposefully continuing to refer to alter ego as a girl, but or if it was more of a like weird translation thing. Hifumi has a decent story, but the creepiness doesn't help him at all. It yeah, yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, the for Hifumi and Teruteru, the perviness is not endearing. Like for me, it feels endearing in a weird way. Also, you can't tell me he can take down Taka to fight. That exactly. Taka should have been able to kick his ass. Celeste. Oh boy. So I like Celeste's design. In fact, in the first game, I think her design might be my favorite character design. And I like the way she was manipulative. Like I'm going to put her in. I don't know if I want to put her in B or in C. Like she actually, you know what? She goes in A. I there's yeah, like there's so I really like her character. I like the way she manipulated and her reasoning behind like what she was doing and like her background and like there's she's like a wonderfully designed villain. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's an interesting like villain type character. Also her design. Her design is beautiful. Like even like her downfall. Like there's so much about it. Like the way she was figured out and like even her execution. It's all like I feel like as far as like class trials that were not the finale one, hers is like a peak. She's very calculating when she came up with a plan a 5-year-old can make. Yeah, like I can't deny that. Like but the way that that's done feels almost like you can tell that she's getting desperate. Sakura, move, 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 move. Sakura. I really like Sakura, and I feel like they did her so dirty. Also, I kind of want her to punch me. Also, she did it for her castle of butlers. Yeah, yeah. Celestia had one big goal, and she was very dedicated to following it, even if she came up with a plan that would definitely fail. Yes. Oh, I was so mad about that. Like that had to have been some hero input there. Like, cause that, well, true. Honestly, I would have bet it more on like a hero like popping in while they're designing the program and going, oh, put this put this one in there. And I also like really like her friendship with Hina. Like I'm not gonna lie, I ship them. Yeah. Well, the entire time nobody ever bothered to correct him in the game. Like they just kind of went along with it, even if they didn't call her that. I think she should have had permission to punch him through a wall. Yes, Hina and Sakura. They were so adorable. And the way Hina reacted when she thought that she had killed Sakura. Oh, ah. I don't usually show people, but yeah, like there's let's see. This I don't think this. Well, yeah, no. Second game kind of had. So it feels like all of the games have like that one is almost an official couple. Yes, the kind of like Tinko and Himiko in V3. Like it almost feels like they were originally written as a get together at the end, and then that was cut short. The second game doesn't really have one any that feel like that. Like the closest might would be My Hero and um Hiyoko, but like not to the degree. Yeah, for a good chunk of Tenko and Himiko, it definitely felt very one sided and very obsessive and stalkerish until you find out how Himiko felt about it. Yeah. I do have to say they did a oh hold on, I gotta get comfy. There we go. They they did a good job of like locking in they do a good job of locking in creep factor for characters. Yeah, if that part had not happened, I would not feel the way that I do about Tenko and Himiko. But because Himiko expressed that, she regrets not talking to her and that, yeah. Okay, Juko, Juko. No further explanation. By the way, the reason why Hifumi is not in F tier is because that's like reserved for Terra Terra. But Juko, Juko, my queen. No further explanation, no further reasoning. I earlier described the scene from the anime that's like burned into my mind, and I feel like that should explain everything. The figure that I have of her is the single most expensive figure I own. Like prior to Bunny Junko, my most expensive figure was Aki from Chainsaw Man. That was like a 275, I think. Uh, there was a big gap there. Yes, yes, she is. The I have told myself, and will tell myself again, Bunny Junko is the most expensive figure I'm ever going to buy because she is worth the over $400 that I paid. I don't think I destroying the world just because she can. Why not? Exactly. But that also really helped. I like that it's not trauma. It's not hatred of the world. It's just because she wants to see more despair. Sometimes you gotta have a little like global takeover with whimsy, and I think basically just so that she can see the world burn is enough whimsy. Move forth it. Yeah, yeah. I'm never buying another figure that expensive. I have never once looked at a character and go, I'm willing to spend that kind of money, other than a Juko. The one exception that may get close to it is Toru from Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid or Miss Kobayashi herself. But I don't know why, but it feels like all of the Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid figures are quite expensive. Like no matter what. That I don't have any figures from that, even though that's one of my favorite anime. Like season one, I haven't watched season two, but like that's maybe. By the way, I want to point out that I am very firmly of the belief that if you enjoy something, you don't have to consume everything of it to say that it's a favorite. Like if you read one book out of like a 3 book series, you can say that book's your favorite. You don't have to read the whole series and then say that that book's your favorite book. Like if there's 2 seasons of an anime and you feel like it did good enough in the first season with the end, and like you feel that it did good enough that it's your favorite and you don't really care about watching the second season, don't watch the second season. First season can still be your favorite anime. The one character that I was willing to put money in was My Hero and Chie. Ooh. I gotta stretch. There we go. Yeah. I will say that characters with long hair make very fun characters to turn into figures because you can do so much like dynamic wise with the hair. Which I okay, they're just not very eye catching to justify the price. Yeah. I'm also I will admit that I'm a little bit picky about like acrylic fans, acrylic stands and figures because I have some that are just the character standing there, but what I really like is dynamic poses because if you're gonna pay the money to have it, why not make it something that's fun to look at rather than just the character standing there? Like yes, yes, and look, the bunny girl figures. A lot of bunny girl figures are really bad about that, where it's just them standing there. Like second largest figure after Junko is a Rom figure from ReZero. She's very pretty, but she's just standing there. Like she's got a fun hand pose, but she's just standing there. That was like for the longest time I didn't think I was ever going to get a figure that was bigger than her. I'm not gonna lie. And I didn't. I kind of read the so one of the things I'm terrible at is if I find a figure or an acrylic stand that I like, I don't really read the description to find out how big it is. Like for Junko, because of her price, I like triple checked and like so I knew for her. But for a lot of them, I just like I'm like, oh, I like this. When I get this, I'm going to get this. I'm I'm not going to like I'll figure out where to put it afterwards. And then I get it and I'm like, oh, this is bigger than I thought it would be. the the one exception about like things ending up being bigger than I thought they'd be is okay. So Tokyo Revengers has had a like whole set of acrylic stands that were like characters and like a background like shot from the anime. I have the Kokonoi and Inupi one. It's like 2 inches tall. I didn't read that. It is itty bitty. It's my smallest acrylic stand. Both of my face, both of my face are so normal. Times changed just like one day I was iffy with the V3 ending, and now I love it. Yeah. Look, so I may always kind of be iffy with the V3 one, just depending on like it would almost my opinion on it would almost have to be solidified after another game comes out to be able to tell like exactly like what reality we're working with in relation to the rest of Danganronpa. Because I do like the idea that maybe it's like an alternate reality where despair won out. But I also kind of both like and dislike the idea that it's all been a TV show the whole time. Like I'm on the fence about it, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being on the fence about it until further notice. Oh, Hina, oh, come here, honey. Yeah, Hina's an A tier character. I like Hina. I don't like her quite as much as I like Sakura, but I really like Hina. Hina's just a girl. Yeah. But Hina does have like flavor. Like she's cheerful and she always sees like the bright like the best in people. And it's like cute. And once again, her friendship with Sakura. Like I love it. But she likes donuts. Like I think it's fun when there's like a particular food that a character just like really likes and it comes up in conversation quite a bit. Other than that, I don't really know if I have much to say about her. Hello, Byakuya. Hello, Mr. Krabs. Hello. Chapter 4 with her for her was a glow up. It was. It really was. And I am glad that she's one of the ones who made it through to the end. She is indeed just a cheerful girl. Yes. So I I like characters like Byakuya. I like Byakuya because I think he would hate my guts. I want to put a ring on Byakuya just to annoy him. Like, it would not be for love. It would be because then he could not get away from me annoying the shit out of him 24/7. But also, he can tell me to shut up any day. At least I'm honest about it, if nothing else. I'm here to annoy him and have him tell me to shut up. Yes. And I feel like there hasn't been another character that was as ruthless and subtly unhinged as him. Because, like, he does a good job of, like, making it seem like he's put together. And then you find out he's done something, and you're like, what the fuck, man? But oh boy, he changed a lot through the game. He did. Kyoko. I like Kyoko. I do feel like, okay, Kyoko, I feel like is the most fleshed out character in the first game. But I feel like they poured all of the cool points into her when they were designing characters. You hate her? Oh, bye. I do. I both like and dislike the way that her story seems way too perfect. Yeah, it does. Like, it does feel a little bit like she was created to be like a plot point rather than a character. And then they were just like, ooh, you know what? We'll just like turn her into a character. Like, flesh her out. She can't do anything wrong. Yeah. I can see how that would be, how that would, like, knock her down several pegs. But I feel like maybe they wanted for her to, since she was the ultimate detective, that maybe they wanted her to, like, always be right and not do anything wrong because the detective. To be fair, she was the ultimate detective and knew everything in trials. Yeah. I will say, as much as I like her as a character, I think she'll be insufferable to argue with because she always has all the answers. Yes, yeah, that yeah, because she was keeping secrets the whole time, and I honestly I like that it made me irritated and at her for getting mad at Makoto for not telling her a secret when she's been keeping secrets because that I feel like that helped flesh her out more. Yeah, like she holds him to a double standard. And I feel like if she hadn't done that, then she would have been a very bland detective character. Like if she had just let that roll off, even though she was keeping, even though she wasn't telling him everything and was keeping secrets of her own, it, it would have, it would have made her boring. She may be a teenager, but we have a common enemy. Yeah, I like her because like she definitely got all the cool points. Like I said, but I like that she's yeah. I like that she's cool headed up until the point where someone does something to her that she's been doing. Like it, level headed, cool personality characters are fun, but if that's all they have, it gets boring quickly. And she's like spends most of the game wandering off doing her own thing and not telling anybody. Also, the anime where she was supposed to, die, that was a strange move. It was. I will admit that it was. Because I'm not gonna lie, her not dying in that did, like, kind of cement in what is it? There's a term for it. For, like, when you know that that the main characters are going to survive and there's not really any danger there. I was, even though I like her as a character, I was more than slightly disappointed and at the same time quite excited that she survived. Excited because I do have a little bit of a soft spot for her. Disappointed because then it took out all the danger for everyone else, and I knew from that point forward that you know you know. Right, Toko. Hi, honey. Toko's going into S tier. I was like, whatever, TBH, I was just going along with the plot. Yeah. I I feel like they maybe were worried about like killing off what is a main character in the franchise at that point. Toko the walking disaster, yes. I I okay. I like Toko. I like that she's weird. I would not be willing to go into the same room with her, but I think she's a very fun character. People would go mad if Kyoko died, so they didn't want that. Yeah. Look, there's been enough comments from Toko about her bathing habits that I'm just like, yeah, no. But also, she a freak. She a fun freak, but she a freak. I I was almost more on the neutral side about her in the first game, and then playing Ultra Despair Girls really like bumped her up in status. Like if she hadn't been the other, like the second protagonist, the deuteragonist, what the second main character. We'll just go with that. In Ultra Despair Girls, she'd probably still be about a B. But I feel like Ultra Despair Girls did a good job of really like giving you more, fleshing her out. The first version of Soko was as wild as the Itachi one. Yeah, like she's definitely out there. The latter did humanize her more. Yeah, like it gave her. what she needed to become like a favorite character of mine. All right, there we go. Genocide Jack, or as she calls herself, Genocide Jill. She's on the same tier. Yeah, not thinking back. Yeah, yeah. She's certainly she's certainly an interesting one. I would have loved to be able to read the books that she wrote, though, and I liked the dynamic between her and Hifumi in the game, because like you would think that they'd be friends because they're both like a writing like type ultimate. I said that like like they were Pokemon. And then I I can't explain it. I just really like Jill. Very fun character to see. I couldn't handle being near her. Yeah, exactly. Jill's just pocket. I I can't unsee that now. Jill's just pocket Juko. I love that. That explains a lot. Right, Hero. I don't like him. There's not more to that. I don't really like him. There's something about him that gets on my nerves. I can't explain it. But the fact that he continuously called Sakura ogre did not help. He he's like if you wanted to create like the dumb like stoner comic relief that like in a movie that didn't need a comic relief, and like the comic relief was not written well. Like he as a character is written well. I just it flopped on the funny part. He is comic relief, but I didn't find him funny. Yeah. I think it was he's just an awful man. And he gets left out of the important stuff in the anime too. Like the the anime didn't even want to deal with him too much. Like I think him being funny banks a lot on you not liking Sakura. Because like a lot of his like things that I could tell were supposed to be like funny things were jabs at Sakura. And like other than that, he just not my vibe. And we are on to the second game. I'm putting Monami in B tier because like I don't really know if that's true. You can enjoy his stupidity. I I I just oh I didn't do his FTs. I haven't done his FTs yet. I think I did one of them. I might have done two of them. I think I did one of them. Wait, was it? I tried to do one of every character in the first game. I just really I don't like him. I don't. He's not lower because I don't like him for like to the same degree that I didn't like Hifumi by the end. But yeah, like even it, his stupidity. I by the end of the game I couldn't stand it. I was tolerating him. Monami. She's in B tier because I like her. I just don't like her as much as I like Monokuma. Yeah, totally get you, Sakura. And yeah, like out of all of the characters in the first game, I feel like Sakura was like almost designed to be the butt of the joke. Like compared to the rest. But Monami, I like her role in the story. I like the way she's just kind of like a little fairy at the beginning. But like I like Monokuma better. Monami is a very pure hearted girl, very innocent. Yeah, and I like that. I like that she's like the cutesy helpful one, even when she knows she can't be as helpful as she wants to be because Monokuma's getting in the way. She was how was it put? How did I put it in the when I was playing the game? She's she's kind of like an elementary school teacher, like a kindergarten teacher that got thrown into a high school class and then thrown into a terrible situation and doesn't know what to do with that. She really wants to help, but sadly she is useless. Yeah. Like if Junko AI had not, taken over, she would have had fun. No one pays attention to her. Yeah, that too. Like even when she does have something that's like pretty useful, it felt like she didn't, no one really paid attention to her. Hajime, 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 come here, come here, come here. There you go. There you go, little buddy. I I like Hajime. I really like Hajime. Up until I really got to like dig around in Shuichi's mind, Hajime was my favorite protagonist. Like I adore him. As is him and Shuichi are tied for first place for favorite protagonist for me. Although I will say that like Kaida as a protagonist, I really liked her. I wish we could have played more of the game with her. All right, the imposter, A tier. Like he didn't get to survive very long. Well, they didn't get to survive. Well, sassy and smart enough. Yeah, yeah, exactly. He's sassy and smart, but also doesn't know what an elevator is. He's both a nerd and a jock. Yeah, he's a little bit of both. And he has that hope that Nagito loves so much. And I really like what the anime did with him too, because I feel like it showed that he's not just some go with the flow happy-go-lucky kind of guy. She's like, yes. Okay, look, I love me some Nagito, and I love me some Nagito Hajime dynamic. So, okay, the Ultimate Imposter. I really like them. I like the way that they tried to protect everyone, and I like that in the anime you can see like more of the caring nature. Like I just yes. Tried. He tried so hard. And if Nagito hadn't been Nagito, that he would have succeeded. Yeah. The anime did a great job of that too. Tear tear. There you go. Um, that's a great question because I do know that, as far as I'm aware, officially we don't know name, height. Like we still know almost nothing about the ultimate imposter. I the most that I know is that they're out of characters that they've uh imposter. I don't imitated. I don't know what term to use there. Uh, it's been male characters, so I do lean towards maybe the ultimate imposter is a guy, but I don't know. I know in the yeah in the game the ultimate imposter is referred to as male, but also in the game for the longest time they did not know that it was not Byakuya. Like I look, I figured it out because there was a height difference. I was all for this Byakuya being the Byakuya we know, even if it didn't make sense in the context of like the characters, like the plot line and stuff. Timeline. There we go. I figured out the word. Yeah. I spent a lot of time looking at Byakuya, and when I went to the character profile for Byakuya for the second game, I was just like, I don't think that's the same height. Let me go check. And yeah, I I reasonably thought that maybe it was like a bit of a translation error or something, and then I turned out to be right. My obsession with the rich kid, uh, like led me to this is not really him, even though I wish it was, because I would love another game with him. Yeah, I tend to stray towards they them until we get confirmation one way or another, even though I do think that the Ultimate Imposter was created with the intention of being a male character, since like, the only characters that we've seen them be are male characters. Right, my hero. Um, I would love the Toby Byakuya here. He did. I look. I I would have ate that up. Oh, then you then you may not like where I put her because I feel like she's just kind of an average character, at least to me. But I also didn't do her FTs. I really like her interactions with Hyoko. Like I like whatever bond they've got going on there. Yeah, like she's she's one of the characters that like it really feels like unless you do her FTEs, you don't get to know her. Like she doesn't do a whole lot as far as like story wise, in my opinion, compared to like that shows her personality and shows who she is. Her FTs explain who she is and why she acts that way. I do like her character design though, and I do like the potential that she has. I didn't really see her all that much as annoying. I saw her as like motherly almost. Yeah. like motherly with a bias to Hyoko. That's kind of what she felt like to me. Like yeah, she's fussing at him, but like with good meaning. All right, Peko. I promise you're not going in D tier. I I really do. Uh, hers is one of the first like sets of FTs that I want to do when I go back and do the FTs for the second game. So Peko, she goes into B tier for me. I like her. I have an acrylic stand of her because they have a couple of sets of acrylic stands that are all the guy characters and all the girl characters, like as two different sets. And I got a blind box for each one, and I got Hajime and I got Peko. I like her. I like. Peko, I love your first FTs, man. You don't have much. Yeah, I like her, but I feel like even when she's not trying to be centered around Fuyuhiko, that's still what she's centered around, like as a character. Like I haven't done all of her FTs either. But like it feels like she doesn't do things for herself. And that's what puts her down to B tier. Not talkative. Look, you gotta have a not talkative one somewhere in the bunch. Like she's used to like standing to the side as Fuyuhiko does things and doing what he asks of her. Alright. Hyoko. Um yeah, she's just there to be close to yeah, it really is, because I think she had good potential. So Hyoko also C tier. Um her attitude towards the others, like she's a, she's a complex one, and I did like her by the end of her character arc, as I'll say. Uh, by the end of that, I did like her a lot more. Another case of FTs. But we'll see if she climbs up after I do the FTs. But like, she spent a lot of time just kind of being a brat. And like, you only really get to see how she truly feels when she's either interacting with Mahiru or mourning Mahiru. She's probably not getting past B tier. Like I do like her design, and I like the fact that she looks cutesy and is a bit of an asshole. Like I feel like we need more characters like that. Hey, Ibuki, don't worry, you're not sitting there. Come on, up here. Ibuki, she is. If I could put a character like right smack in the middle, she is one of those characters that like. Actually, you know what? There you go. Congrats on making it up there, Ibuki. I do love her, but I'm biased towards Asola's character. Yeah, and like she's the way that she's done is like good. Ibuki is the definition of comfort character. She is. I love her. She's so adorable. She's another one that I gotta go through and do her FTEs because she died before I could, you know, finish them. I think. Yeah, because I whose FTEs did I finish in the second one? I know I finished Nagito's. She's there to make people smile every time she shows up. Yes, and she's very like open about her interests and her like her music, and like you really get to see. I feel like with her almost more than some of the others, you really get to see how into it she is. Like I feel like all of them in some way you get to see how into their ultimate they are, but with her I feel like you can really see how much she loves it more than you can for the others. Also, I don't know if you got to be inside her room, but she is so relatable. I don't think I no, I don't think I did. she she seems like the person to be a little bit of a um organized chaos type of. She has lots of junk lying around. Very chaotic. Well, that is so perfect. That is that is very her. I also feel like she's a character that like got fleshed out more than some of the others on accident. Like I feel like they didn't intend to flesh her out as much as she ended up getting fleshed out, but like for for the like filler space plot, like the calmer parts of the story, it like it helped her. She is a comic relief done right. She is, and she's so amazing. Nikon, hi honey, you're not sitting there. You're a weirdo. I like that. I I like that. I like that she didn't have to be hypnotized. Like she didn't have to be brainwashed to like completely follow under Junko's spell. Like all she had to do was look at Mikan and go, "Good girl." Like that's basically all that had to happen. Like she just had to give her a little bit of attention, and Mikan was all over that. Yeah, and she is like she's a masochistic type character done in a fun way. The anime did go a little overboard there. Like it really ramped it up. But like I like that when she remembers, she's still just as like obsessed with like the idea she has of who Junko is to her. and how she'll do anything for her. Yeah, because it evened her out a little. Like the anime kind of dug in on the more like submissive and masochistic side. Like that's the only way I can think of to refer to it. But the game itself, I feel, did a good job of like making her an interesting character and having her like obsessed, but in a way that feels like I would say normal, but there's not really a normal way to be obsessed. I did I do I did I think I did one of her FTEs. I think it's been a while since I played the game. Okay, but like overall, I think it's hers is another case like Celeste, where I feel like she is a very good like villain type of character. The anime only leans into one aspect of her. She's way too complex. Yeah, yeah. The anime definitely only leans into one aspect, and it's the latter aspect that you don't see until like the tail end, at least in the game. But I've noticed with like characters like her that have that kind of devotion to another character, she's like she's on par for the way that they tend for the way that like that kind of character type gets portrayed. Which I haven't done all of her FTs. I need to, and like my opinion of her may change after doing the FTs. But like I feel like the anime portrayed her character type the way that I feel that I see it portrayed the most often. Do I like her as a friend? Heck no, she needs therapy. Yeah, yeah. She needs therapy and for someone to keep any references to Junko very far away from her. But yeah, I also really like her design. When I first saw her design, I thought that maybe the like pink dress should have been like a darker color, but after like dealing with her, it fits her more. Her design is a 10 out of 10 for me. It really is. Like it's a top tier design. All right. Oh, hiccup. Left up bangs makes it. I love I love her hairstyle because it almost feels like she tried to do it herself and messed up a little bit. Like I know that that's probably like a style somewhere. All right, Nekomaru. Uh, Mild spoilers, but she didn't do this herself. At least it was not done by her. Because I'm not going to lie, she does not seem like the type to be willing to cut her own hair, anyways. Like it, like it does that make sense? So, okay. I like buff ladies. Uh, buff, like, guy characters that are kind of, like, loud, like Nekomaru tends to be. Not really my thing. Like, I like his character, and I like the effect he has on Akane and like Nekomaru was wasted potential. Yes, that is another problem that I've got. He wasted potential. Yeah, they could have done so much with him. He's one that it felt like him and Akane are ones that it felt like it kind of maybe was originally meant to like end as like a romance plot point and then didn't. Instead, they decided to do only one joke. Yeah, that's another reason why he's in D tier because there's only so many times you can make the joke. Kind of. He's a natural leader. Yeah, yeah. Like I feel like they could have done a lot with like bringing other characters together under like his like motivation, like motivational stuff. All right, what happened where? I really like Gundam. I sat him there while I'm trying to figure it out. To be honest, I know he's not going to go lower than that. I really like Gundam. I think he's fun. I think he's weird. I think he's out there. Like, you know what? You do get the head pats. Um, like he's a character I really like. But that being said, I will say his hairstyle in the game way better than his hairstyle in the anime. Like his hairstyle in the game is fun. I don't know if I have further comments on him. I'm not gonna lie. He goes there. Yeah, and I know they were trying to go for like prequel. His hair, he's like changed up a little bit since then, but like the hairstyle, no. Hey, bitch. He's just a sweetie with a funny way of speaking and hamsters. I still think they could have localized his ultimate talent a bit better. Like the just calling him the ultimate breeder. That one that caught me off guard. He is adorable and funny. No, no, okay, so I was just kind of vibing with Nagito. Like, breeder is just fine. Look, I'm not saying I. Oh, that was an interesting like glitch out there. I'm not saying that I would, but well, look, if this motherfucker had not opened his mouth when he did in the first class trial, he would not be up here. He would be an S tier. But Nagito is Nagito, and I he's another one that I would want to annoy for all of eternity. Like I would want to go out of my way just to bug him. Like he is another case of I want to put a ring on that because I want to be your problem. If Nagito didn't exist, none of this would have. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He is in fact directly responsible for basically all of it. Also, so I think I've mentioned it before, but like Go for good. I can't say the same. I like that there's a lot wrong with him. Like there's a lot. I don't think therapy could fix that. I I just kind of want to like inspect him under a microscope, find out what's wrong, like find out like just how much is wrong. So in the anime, when he comes back, he mentions that he got souvenirs, or that he brought back a souvenir for the class, and he reaches into like the jacket. So what was he reaching for? Because when he pulled out that gun, he reached into the same spot. Like I think about that on a regular basis. Like if they had not pulled the Mikan's missing, we need to go find her. Like right now, we'll deal with whatever's going on with you later. What the fuck would he have pulled out of that pocket? Because I do think he would have been unhinged enough to pull it on them. He is. He is. I do like that he's just. I do like that he was just like, yeah, I just picked this up, took it with me. I picked it up on my travels. Figured I might need it. And now, yeah, yeah. He's that does not help. That does not help. That I am like constantly down bad for him. So if you ever, if anyone, if anyone ever needs like a clear outline of why I don't date anymore, this is my type. This is the kind of character that I really, really like. I don't I don't need to test out I don't need to test run this kind of a character as a real person. As long as he's fictional, we're good. That and also there's the added like downside of it being a real person, so I have a smudge on my glasses. Did I just make the smudge worse? I did. Oh well. Yeah, I can't imagine people acting like that as IRL. Yeah, yeah. I'm I'm not interested in becoming a past tense anytime in the near future. So I'm just gonna keep all of my interests fictional. I mean, I don't I don't have to try hard to do that. All right, Chiaki. Hold on. Hold on. Stay still. There you go. I like okay. I like Chiaki. I like anime Chiaki better than game Chiaki. But I do like the fact that for game Chiaki, you can reasonably, by the end of it and know everything about her, argue that the reason why she pauses for so long is the buffering as the AI processes what's said and formulates a response. Game Chiaki made more sense to me. She she does, because like, even though she doesn't remember it, like, yeah, like, I do like pause to think and formulate a response, but the length of time that she pauses, at least in game, definitely feels like a. There was a couple of times where I thought that like it was just doing a pause and she was never going to respond. But like that's when she needed to think of more complex answers. She needed to be used to the yeah. Like I think anime Chiaki is cute and adorable. But like overall, I think she's an interesting character. I just think anime Chiaki did a good job of like portraying the more shy and like game oriented side of her, and the game did a better job of doing like the people side. Also, the way Chiaki and Hajime interact in the anime, I love it. I think it's so fucking cute. Alright, I promise you're not staying there. Alright, Akane, I'm putting a B tier. Like, it's one of the cutest things ever. Yeah! Like, yeah, even if it, you're right, even if it is a trope, I do think it's, like, super, super cute. Because, like, it also gives, like, a good way to tie Hajime to the class without, like, making it feel like, it does a good job of, like, oh, hey, here, he had prior connections to the class, even if they don't remember it. Like, even if it's just one person that died before the events of the game. Yeah. And so, Akane, I think she's fun. But like to me, her big thing was food. Like she was just so food. It felt like food kind of took over the majority of her personality. So she goes into B tier. I also haven't done her FDs, so I don't know if that would change my mind. Oh, hiccup. I like the relationship that Nekomaru and oh, hiccup. Sorry about that. That Akane and Nekomaru had. Like I think it's like natural that an athlete would gravitate and a like trainer coach like type person would gravitate towards each other. She is her own spirit despite her FTs giving her motivation. Yeah, she also like she's like happy. Like she brings like spirit and happiness like that would be desperately needed. Kind of like Hina. Like that being said, somebody get her a shirt that's like a size up so that it doesn't look like it's fixing to come flying off of her at any given second. Fuyuhiko. 58th, give her a reason why she chose to get into gymnastics, but doesn't really matter in the main story. Yeah, and I did get uh the like bonus scene with the two of them. That was an interesting experience. So you go. There we go. Oh, hold on, I'm stretching. There we go. So Fuyuhiko, um, I like his character. I look, his character grew on me a lot. Like in the first couple of chapters, I didn't really like him. Like, and I really, really did not like, the whole situation. Like, I can understand why, after him learning the truth, he would like want to do what he did. But I can't talk about him without being biased. Understandable. He did Amanda. He did, which tracks for it being the second trial of the game. Because they do kind of have a method to the trials. Like the first one, the person that you thought you could trust betrays you. The second one, it's blind rage for the first two. There was an exception with V3. Then the third chapter was two. Like there's a bit of a pattern there. And I like it. And I didn't put two and two together about that until Tenko. So they're the pattern is done well enough that it's not too terribly predictable, even if there are parallels. And I do like that the anime fleshed out the things revolving around his sister. Yeah, exactly. Like there's like similarities, but like enough variation in like the plot and the reasoning that it doesn't feel like you're doing the same thing over and over, even if you are technically doing the same thing over and over. Yeah. Look, I really like Kazuichi. I like my little soda pop. I like him. I like that he's a weirdo. Like, I can't even explain it. Um, I can't defend his hair though, because like I the art book. when I got to Soda Pop's page, I like just sat there staring at his hairstyle for a bit and went, "What the fuck is this?" Yeah, yeah. Um, there are things about him that are unlikable, like him being a creep to Sonya. Like that is the off. Yeah, but like I also like how he's kind of a doofus. Like he's when he's not being a creep, he's just kind of like a goofball. And I like him a little dumb sometimes, okay? Look, so I thought his hair was like just like slicked back until I saw the art book. Yeah, the anime did make him more bearable. Which like all of them in the game were basically reset to how they were when they first came to Hope's Peak. So in the anime he does have his like chance to grow, and like that's taken away in the game, so it's just basically back to he's running off of like basically no memories of like being a normal person around her. I also like him in the Nagito OVA. His hair is indeed a problem. Yeah, yeah, I can't defend that. I can't defend the way he acts around Sonya. I can, however, have the urge to shove him in my pocket and just like treat him like a Tamagotchi. Also, his teeth. I like his teeth. So when I started doing I haven't done a themed drink in a while. Going only by anime, he's cool. Yeah. I haven't done a themed drink in a while, but he was actually the first one that I did a themed drink for. Yeah. So I did his FTEs, and I think his FTEs are fun. The fact that the first time you really interact with him in game is him trying to go watch the girls go to the beach. Yeah, he is a bit of he is a bit of a perv and a bit of a creep. Oh yeah, I haven't done one in quite a while. I need to like go through and see which characters I've done drinks for and which ones I haven't. Yeah, because they're fun to do. Right, Sonia, well, you're not staying there. Here, I'll put you among people who can beat them up. So I like Sonia. I think she's like a fun character that on the surface seems kind of like almost spaced out. And then when you listen to what she's saying, you just kind of gotta go, girl, what? Honey, like, what what is your home country like? Because the things she says about it, like, it's, yes, she is. Like, for a good chunk of the game, I don't think I ever mentioned it, but for a good chunk of the game, I wondered if maybe she was going to like turn out to be like the big bad just because of like the little odd things that she would say. Because like the way that she talks and the way that she describes her home country feels like something like being the mastermind of a game like that wouldn't be all that strange of like a test of willpower for a princess. She was sus every time she was. I like her. She's 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 like such a sweetheart. And I put many characters between her and Soda Pop. Right, Izuru. Uh, I feel like they could have done a lot more with him. So like B tier, it feels like both anime and both anime and game wise, Izuru was just a plot point. Like he was just there to push the plot along and be used by Junko. Also, the way that he's depicted the in the game and the way that like physically like his design feels so different between game and anime. Then again, Hajime looks like a little wisp of a dude, and according to the book, he's got one of the biggest chest sizes. And I feel like they did a better job portraying that, like, yeah, the game did make him seem like an edge lord. Like, I feel like the anime did a better job portraying like Hajime's build with Izuru. Like, I almost wish that I could do FTEs for Izuru because I feel like that would help like build on the like basic cookie cutter character we got. Like I want to know more. I want to know more about how he thinks and sees the world considering everything. And I feel like we just didn't get that. We got like the outline but not the fleshed out. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, that's exciting. All right. Shirokuma. I like Shirokuma, but it's it's a cool hindsight on how he views things. Ooh. So I like Shirokuma and Kurokuma, both of them. I, I do like Kurokuma a little more because, like, eh, I'll put them both in C. I do like Kurokuma a little more because, like, very like loud and obnoxious, and it fits with the design. But like, I don't really have much to say about either of them. I do think it's an interesting idea to give the Monokumas like some of them more intense AI and like them to choose basically what side they want to try to be on. All right, I gotta get comfy again. Okay. All right, so Kamaru, you can go in the same category as your brother. I really like her. I like the idea of Kuro being annoyed AF, but that got old really fast. It did. Like, I like her. I think she's a fun, weird little character. There is a lot of like borderline brocon stuff going on with her that I'm not gonna ask too many questions about. Like Coco comments on it quite a few times, but like, she is a fun character. Kamaru is a Toko banter with us. Yes, that I liked Ultra Ultra Despair Girls so much for the like like she Toko like comments several times that Kamaru's like weirdly like almost obsessed with him. Like it Kamaru talks about it like it's more of an admiration thing, but like the way she talks about it is a bit borderline there. Like it almost touches towards like getting weird. Also, I do really like her character design. Like I think it stands out enough like from Makoto. It's never like directly stated, but like and it's like never like heavily implied, but like the way she talks about Makoto lean it feels like it leans a bit more towards the weird kind of admiration rather than just like little sister looking up to her brother kind of admiration. At least to me. Oh, I got sidetracked. I feel like her design is different enough from like the other protagonists that it looks fun and like unique. But at the same time, I like I feel like her and Makoto look like so different that without you telling me, hey, this person is related to this person, I wouldn't be able to figure that out. I'm putting her in B tier. What is her name? Yeah, they don't look alike at all. And like I feel like it's mentioned so many times that Makoto is her brother because like other than that you wouldn't like immediately look at her and go, "Oh yeah, that's siblings." Right, Hero's mom. She pretty. I feel like I didn't get to see as much of her as I would like to. And like I feel like I don't know enough about her to be able to put her higher than a B tier. That being said, his mom is hot, even if I can't remember her name right now. I could look it up. Like, hold on. Kuroko, and I do know that she's in Ultimate Summer Camp because I have seen the sprite. I have seen her design. If I feel like if we got to know her better, I would put her in a higher tier. So this may be one of the things that changes after playing uh the next game. You. Anyways, okay. Look, I have a soft spot for the kids. Like, I do have to say, as far as like characters themselves, I love IG. I don't look. I liked him for the first like 2 seconds that I saw him because I was like, "Ooh, that's a nice design." And then he opened his mouth, and I don't know what it was that really kicked it into overdrive, but I don't like him. I was so mad that I didn't get to fight him. So like, hold on, going to discuss all the kids like as a group. Sit there. Okay. Like I like the kids. I think that they desperately need some therapy, and for someone to publicly announce that Junko and Oshima should not be around children because she will like destroy what's left of them. That being said, Kotoko is an intense topic. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, sure. They can move up a block. Uh, even well, Monica can go here because I don't like Monica. I will be honest. Like her, I I like the kids, but I also want to like be like these are my children. Nobody mess with them. So that's why they've ended up in A tier. Keep in mind that my opinion of my hero may very well bump her up quite a bit after I do her FDEs. But Monica, I remember very distinctly that I was just like, no, you can't have somebody trying to replace Junko Enoshima. So like, you know, I'm just joking. Oh, I know. But like the way she is in the anime did make me come around to her a bit more. But I just like I don't like I did not like the scene between her and Nagisa. It made me very uncomfortable. Like there's a lot of, yeah, no. But yeah, these kids, Masaru, Jotaro, Kotoko, and Nagisa, they can go in A. Monica, like as a villain character, I do think she does quite well. That being said, she is not moving higher than B. Okay, Yuta. I got to see him for like what felt like 2 seconds, and then he was gone. But he's going up here in A tier with his sister. And I will be back in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. He literally, he literally lived for 2 seconds. He did! Like, I thought we had gained, like, a companion to take along the road, and then suddenly he was dead. They all seem like normal B tier guys except for Toko and Kamara. Like, I can totally see that. Like, there's some that you just don't have opinions on. Alright, Chihiro's dad. Um, he can go in C tier because oddly enough, he's one that like I don't really have any opinions on. Like, I like that he tied into uh the game with Chihiro, but other than that, like I like him, but like there's not many other opinions there. I do not remember who you are. Wait, you're Fuyuhiko's sister. Hold on. I'm going to put her there just because I don't really have any opinion on her. What differentiates the dad and Hina's brother? I Hina's brother just kind of feels like Ball of Sunshine. Actually, you know what? He probably should be in B because we didn't get to see much of him. But he kind of feels like Ball of Sunshine, like Hina does. And like I just wanted to like grab him and go, and then we didn't get to do that. This was her friend. My hair's friend. Yeah, the vibes. Yeah, both of them. I don't really have. Both of them, I don't really have much of an opinion on. Like they were. You know what? I can see it. Like they. I like the. I like that his sister's story got fleshed out more, but it didn't really flesh out the character, just the story, if that makes sense. At least to me. Oh, hold on. Stretch. Alright. She also talked to Hajime for a bit. She did. They kind of connected, but then the incident happened. Yeah, like, I don't know why I don't have opinions on her. Alright, Kisa. I I think B tier. Uh, I like her. I think that she's an interesting character, but like, yeah, I I think given the chance, she would have. If she had not been, you know, brainwashed, I think she would have done well. If she hadn't been, just straight up killed, I think she would have done well. There we go. A tier. like I like her. I like the way she interacts with everyone, like all the class. Yeah, she was certainly very capable. Like I will say that her and Munakata felt very like weird. Like her, Munakata and him, I forgot his name. Like it felt like a love triangle, well, a love V that didn't really need to happen. Like I feel like their motivations, as at least for Shisa, her like friendship with him could have reasonably been enough. Exactly. Uh, most of the rest of the cast are very like I have no opinions on them for the anime for like side characters like these three don't really have much of an opinion. Same with him, though he's pretty. This little freak, I like. I feel like they could have done a lot more with her. I don't remember her name, but I do like her. But like the yeah, her. I like her like a lot. I feel like they could have done a lot more. Yeah, like like I do not have opinions on a good chunk of the uh Danganronpa 3 cast, except for her. Like I don't like the way she treated Psycho. Like I just like I feel like she turned on her own friends so quickly. I like the dynamic. I don't like the how do I make this make sense? I like the dynamic of the characters, but that does not make me like what she does to Psycho. Yeah, she had, but also like it feels like hold on. When did I zoom in? How long have I been zoomed in? Nope, that's not right. There we go. Yeah, her character makes sense. I'm just not fond of her. Hey, another one that I'm very neutral to. I did. I did enjoy her part of the story though. Like even if like I'm not that big on her. He um he's in D tier not because I don't have opinions on him, but because I feel like he could have been done better. The Persona 4 part back and the crowd goes mild. like, I feel like his motivations felt very out of place. He was an antagonist because he had to. It's. I feel like they should have done it in a. Yeah, yeah. His. They could have made him a total weirdo about it. They had the opportunity to. They've done it with many other characters. Right, hold on, hold on, hold on, baby. I like Ryota. I like him a lot. Needs to learn how to take care of himself better, cause whoo. But like, I like. So he has pathetic wet cat energy to me. That's the only way I can explain the energy there. So all of the mono cubs can go into. Hold on, sit. There we go. Can go into C tier because I like them, but they feel they like. How do I? How do I word this? I like them, but they felt like they were just thrown in to give some extra flavor to Monokuma's lines. With the exception of whatever the fuck was this. Yeah, they are, but like, and I think they're fun. Just like, I think if it had been a case where it was just them and Monokuma didn't make an appearance, they would have been more fun. And they would be higher ranked. They were there to say some stuff and die at the end of the trial. Yeah, and the unfortunate uh, chapter where those two had a romance going, a soap opera that I keep trying to forget happened. Alright, Kaida, come here, come here, come here, Kaida. I like her. I like the way she thinks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I try to pretend like that didn't happen. Kaida, I I like that she took the initiative. Like straight off the bat, she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna set this up, and we're going to deal with the mastermind, even if that didn't work out." I love that. Like compared to how passive all of the other protagonists are, she's like she's the opposite. Like she's like, "Oh, okay, we have this chance, we are taking it." And I like Shuichi, but I wish we could have gotten the full game with Kaida. A very flawed character, but with a very strong personality. Yes, and I like it. Also, her being taken out in the first class trial Like, that's probably the least expected thing in all of V3 because they hadn't done that before. So I figured, protagonist, we're we're good to go. And then I had the moment where I realized, oh, she never said anything about putting down the ball. We're losing this protagonist. And that was an excellent twist. Yeah. And like she had self-confidence that none of the other protagonists really had. I haven't done his FTEs. I can't put him up in there might be more characters in this tier than I thought there would be. There's just something about him. I I I can't explain it. There's just something about him. I think it's the collarbones. I, I I haven't done his FTEs. I didn't do the demo, so I couldn't get the scene in the first chapter with him first time around. But like, there's just I I I I I I don't know. I just he's a vibe. There's something wrong with him, and I need to find out what. I will, however, blame it on the collarbones. I he in a way he gives okay. So his vibes like he gives me Nagito vibes, but if he was not like yeah that is a plus for me. All of this is a plus. Like he gives okay, it feels like they're like the vibes he gives feels like two sides of the same coin, but erratic and calm, if that makes sense. So sorry, chill, I guess. The bit that I got to see of him was oh yeah that's that is also a bonus. We don't know much about him yet. Yeah, we don't know much, but I want to know more. Yes. All right, Realma. He's one that like I also don't have a whole lot of opinions on. Like, he's an interesting enough character, but like, out of the cast of Danganronpa V3, I feel like he stood out the least, at least to me. Yeah, yeah, it felt like we were catching the tail end, and we had missed all the like good stuff. Yeah. All right, Kurumi. Honestly, she's also in C tier. I also don't have a whole lot of opinions on her. Like, I think she's an interesting character, but like, I feel like she purposefully stayed in the background too much for me. It's not like he's not interesting, but he didn't stand out. Exactly. When you've got a cast of like as out there characters as you have, he just like purposefully doesn't stand out. Just like Kurumi. Yeah, and I I guess that fits well with why it was the two of them on that for that chapter. I do like Anji, by the way. Uh, I didn't do all of her FTEs, so after I do her FTEs, I suspect that she'll move up because she's like on the line anyways. Yeah, yeah, that was also a plot twist and a half. You are absolutely right. And honestly, that might be what keeps her down here. Yeah, Auntie's love hotel thing. Yeah, so I only got I only got one key for that run because I just wanted to do it once, and I got Auntie. She is the only one who I've done the love hotel thing with. She's cool. Yeah. Oh, she is so adorable in that. Yeah, I really think after I do her FTEs and feel like I've gotten to know her better, she'll probably move up to at least A tier. But I she's one that I just feel like I didn't get to know enough in the main story. Tenko. Yeah, Anji is another character that has a lot of depth. Yeah, and I want to like be able to see that. So she's also like top of the list for FTEs. Tenko, uh, honestly, I'm sorry, Tenko, but D tier. Her like it felt a lot like her main story point was Kimiko. Like it felt like so much of what she did revolved around hating men and liking Kimiko. She's another one I have not done the FTEs for, so my opinion may change after that. I just I feel like we didn't get a lot of true depth to her. I think we all know where this one's about to go, even with the sister thing. I have no shame. Tinko, she is kind of made ridiculous on purpose. She is, but it feels like it takes away from the depth they could have given her. Look, I took one look at him and went, wow. And then I got to know him and went, wow, I would actually put a ring on that. He's so pretty. I like I like his character so much, even if you know, the sister thing. Like he's a weirdo. I like that. His FTEs are perfect. Yeah, they are. Especially the eating. It's a little like the FTE where he's eating and Shuichi's like trying his best to like see his face, and he just like eats through the mask. Yeah, yeah, I do. If I had any shame, I wouldn't be able to do tier lists. So I got no shame. I like Kyo. I like that he's a creep. Right, Miyu, don't worry, you're not staying there. You're not staying there either. I just gotta move up here. Miyu, I like Miyu. Miyu, saying I don't care. He's fascinating. He is. Kyo is a fascinating character, and also I really like anthropology. So like it, he's a weird little dude that like I even if I didn't like him, I'd probably like him if that makes sense. Like even if I found him insufferable, I probably wouldn't be able to help but like him. Miyu is like one of the borderline S like double S tier characters for me. Like she's out there, she's over the top about her reactions. No, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, that's sometimes the only way you can explain things is in a way that doesn't make sense. But I didn't get to finish doing her FTEs, so maybe after I get done doing her FTEs, she'll move up to this tier. Cause like she's an interesting one. She is the like big pervert of the game, like Hifumi and Teruteru, but she doesn't feel as insufferable as them. Miyu is too much for me, but she's not funny at times. She's yeah, she's very over the top. What can I say? I like a girl who cusses. And like I feel like they even knowing that like they toned her down a bit by like not doing one of the sprites that she could have had, it feels like they wanted to throw their all into making the the like extra horny perv as wild as they could, as loud as like almost obnoxious as they could. And her interactions with Kokichi actually I feel like and Kibo actually I feel like helps keep her from being insufferable. People who are 14 play this game. Like, yeah, yeah. I understand why they didn't go with that sprite, but like it does fit her. Right, Gunta, Gunta. Oh, where'd you go? There you go. Gunta, good boy. That's all I gotta say about that. Gunta, Gunta's going into A tier because he is a good boy. GG. Come here. Short and to the point. Yeah. Kokichi is from the moment I met him, I wanted to pick him up by the scruff, shove him in my pocket, and not let him wander off too far or he would get himself into trouble. And look what he did when we lost track of him. He got himself into trouble. Yes, he is my pocket gremlin. I also did his FTEs. I like him like a lot more than I thought I would. Like the more I interacted with him, the more I was like, oh, I like this weird little dude. At first, the urge to scruff him was just to keep him from like starting catfights with the other characters, and then by the end, it was because I wanted to protect him. Kaito, hold on, here we go. Keep moving. Kaito, he is. He is. Like, Kaito is amazing. I can I can see why they should. Yes. Okay. Look, the entire game, I wanted a Kokichi Shuichi like Sherlock Moriarty style like chapter like that like that that's all I wanted out of the two of them. Right, so Kaito goes in S tier. I cannot elaborate. I didn't do his FTEs. I just like Kaito. I can't even begin to tell you how much I love hate this man. So I I like him. He feels like a ball of sunshine in a way, but like not in the same way that like Hina or the others have been like balls of sunshine. I need to hug him and then sucker punch him. I'm pretty sure that's the same like mentality that most the that Maki and Shuichi have, but by the end. All right, Samugi. I would say A tier for Samugi because like I like her. I really like her design and I like her ultimate talent. Like, but I think she put so much effort into trying to seem plain that it ended up like nullifying her good point, like her best points. Now, Smoogie didn't poison him. He could have, yeah, he could have, but I do think other than Junko in the first game, she's been the most interesting mastermind. Yeah, Samugi with her plain talk. That was what made me so suspicious of her. Like, the more she talked about being plain, the more I was like, the vibes are not here. There's something off with her. Yeah. Like, she could not have made it more obvious if she stood up in front of them all and went, I'm the mastermind. Like, like she was trying hard to blend into the background, but she was trying so hard that she stood out. She was a great mastermind. Kibo. I haven't done Kibo's FTs. So he's in A tier, but that he may get bumped up. She and the entire series tries so hard to steer conversations her way. Yeah, she did. She did a lot of like trying to steer the conversation the way that she wanted it to go. And I do like that you can see that the closer Kokichi gets to like sorting things out, the more frustrated she gets and the more she dislikes him. I do like that you can see that. I like Kibo. I want to put him in S tier, but I feel like until I do the FTEs, I can't reasonably do that. He is what I call a fun boy. Like I protect him at all costs. Like this is my child now. Miyu put him through several trials and he survived, but this is my child now. So I like Himiko. I haven't done her FTEs, so she may move up after doing that. But she's she's one that outside of that, I do like her character development, but other than that, I'm really neutral on her. But I guess that's all I gotta say about that one. Yeah. Uh, I'm not gonna lie, Maki's also B tier for me. Like I like her design, I like her story. I haven't done her FTEs, so my opinion on her may change, but she's another one that's like neutral. Like I do like both of their character arcs. Like they have good character development. I grow to like them quite a bit, but like I can't reasonably put them higher. Hello, Shuichi, honey. Climb the ladder. Shuichi is almost up here. Like like Miyu, almost. But like I like him as a protagonist. I like that like he feels like he is constantly vibrating inside. Like I don't think there's a single moment where he is not full of anxiety for some reason. Once I kept seeing them in the story, I was satisfied with what I got. I can understand that. Like, yeah. She is my spirit animal. Like, yes. Yes, Sushi? I can't put you if you're so far behind me, I can't touch you. He is. And I like that about him. Because, like, where the others had their moments, like, he's, like, he is the cheetah that does not have a golden retriever anymore. Till the end of chapter 5, he had enough there. Yeah. You know, I'll go ahead and bump him up to S tier. Or to double S tier. I love how everyone can push him around. Yeah, that does also like factor into why I like him. Cause like bottom. His reactions are so cute. Yeah, they are. he, he's so adorable. Alright, whew. That's that did take a while, didn't it? Wow. Yeah. I think the other two will probably go much quicker because I did want to do like body discoveries and executions. I do have to drink more water. Oh, good luck. All right. Okay. What are you doing? Okay. So for this one, that's the body discoveries. I'm going to rank them more. Thank you. I'm going to rank them more by how much psychic damage they did to me. Like how intense of a emotional reaction I had to them. So that's why I figure that this one at the very least will go by pretty quickly. Well, some how sad they were, some how unexpected they were, some like how much I knew that they would be coming but did not want them to come. So Ibuki's is an A tier. Like it was, yeah, emotional damage. Because like hers was a hot bit of emotional damage there. Because she was one that I was hoping would make it to the end because she was so fun. I like her. Hyoko's is also in an A tier because it took me by surprise. Yeah, I didn't want that spark to die out. Exactly. Hyoko's took me by surprise though. So it also gets an A tier. I'm not gonna lie. Nekomaru's like it was what it was. I was the one thinking Hyoko would make it alive. Yeah, so did I. Like I just figured that, that personality would have to make it out. Yeah, yeah. But after a certain number of times it just stops having effect. I'm not gonna lie. I thought he was gonna make it to the end. It kinda diluted the emotion. It did. Nagito's took me so much by surprise that I think I sat there for like a couple of minutes just processing that immediately. Because I thought, considering, what his position was in the story, that he would have to make it out alive. And then by the end of the trial, I had lost both him and Chiaki. Like, Hajime lost both his friends. Well, his friend and his whatever the hell Nagito would be considered. The brutality is what got me with Nagito. Yeah, he like he went all out on it. Yeah, yeah, we'll go with that. Both his lovers. like I was so attached to Nagito by that point that it took days to recover. It took days to recover from a fictional death of a fictional character. Like Rataro's is another one that it I was I thought he was gonna make it to the end. Like I really did. And then he was the first to die. Like I didn't get a chance to properly get to know him. Nothing. I did not. I did not. Like I really thought that the first death of the game was going to be Shuichi. Like when he left the first time, and then like while in between when he left and when he came back, I was like, oh, he's gonna die. He's gonna be the first death of the game. I am going to have to deal with losing Shuichi this early on, and kind of just gonna have to find like a new friend, and then it very much did not go like that. He just vanished. He did. um, Realness is another one that I like. I feel like it didn't do too much emotional damage. He just kind of had the vibe that he didn't want to be there anyways. So like he didn't really care one way or another. So it didn't. It was a surprise, but it didn't do much damage. Yeah, he got what he wanted. Anji's though. Anji did take me by surprise. And and Tenko's too. Because I had forgotten what chapter we were in, so I was not expecting a second death. The Kokichi one that wasn't actually a Kokichi death. Um, when it like popped up and we thought we were going to have another death. Hello. That one can go here because I figured I was worried that it was going to be the death of him, but I realistically didn't think he was going to die that early. Muse. Oh my god, Muse. yeah, look, I figured Anji would die. I just wasn't expecting it to happen like it did. And that one did a chunk of emotional damage. Ooh. Muse was gruesome. Like I so she quit playing in the curtains. I I thought Mew. Look, I was so fucking wrong about what characters were gonna make it through to the end. The body discoveries. I'm doing them by I'm doing them by how much emotional damage they did to me. Therapist was a surprise, but not like honestly. At the beginning of a game, I'm usually not like connected enough to characters to really take emotional damage yet, with the exception of this motherfucker. I don't know what it is about him. I I apparently saw him and like latched on immediately, even if I didn't know it. And then suddenly he was gone. And then Kokichi's actual death. So I have seen that kind of damage. Um, the fuck are you doing? Are you stuck in the curtain? No? Okay. But I think we could I think we could all tell by the time it got to Kokichi's that I was so attached to both him and Kaito that I didn't want either of them to die. And it like it just yeah, apparently that is exactly what my brain did with Rantaro. Cause like for the other games, the ones that didn't know their talent made it to the end. Yeah, yeah, I can totally see why. Like I'm still processing that. The game is over, and I'm still working my way through that. Every time I think I'm almost done with it, it kind of like gets moved to the back of the line again. Like I have processed the end of the game itself better than I have processed his death. Have a good bit of sleep that you can get. Thank you for dropping by. That helped. Yeah, it really did not help that it was that brutal of a death. Like I I was hoping that we would find out that it wasn't actually a body in there and that they had just set up something elaborate and that I wouldn't have to deal with the fact that that's how any of the characters died. Oh, this must be for like the demo because I did not play the demo, so he can go down here. I would not have been emotionally affected by that anyway. Chihiro's. Oh my god. Chihiro's can go in A because it did a lot of emotional damage, but not as much as some of the others did. The part that did emotional damage to me was further into the trial when you're finding out what's happened. Best case scenario, he died on the slab from poison before the press could activate. Yeah, yeah, that is the best case scenario. Yeah, chapter 2 of the first game was still a lot of I'm not all that attached to these characters. So I think if I had gone into it like having watched like knowing more of like the characters and like that kind of stuff, I probably if I hadn't gone in blind, I'd probably be more emotionally. I would have taken more damage from Chihiro's, but I was still like new to the series and still like letting it hook its claws in. I was not like attached to these games yet. I mean, it did surprise me a little bit, but eh. Takas though, I he My baby boy. I thought he was gonna make it to the end. And then I'm guessing this is the body announcement for both of them, which anytime there's like Hifumi is kind of the definition of just there. Yeah. Anytime there's like multiple body announcements for the same or like multiple death scenarios for the same one, it just kind of like diminishes the the damage value of it. Like Nekomaru. Like yeah, it surprised me, but in the end we'd already seen him like in a death scenario once. Sakura. She is another one that like did a lot of damage, but not quite as much as these. Because hers was the first suicide of the game series, and that just like still did a lot of damage though. Mukuro's goes up here because it surprised the fuck out of me. I wasn't attached enough for it to be massive emotional damage, but it surprised me enough to end up in S tier. Once again, I like the Ultimate Imposter, and now that like I know more, if I had like if I had watched the despair arc before going into Danganronpa 2, it would have done a lot more damage. But it's another case of just starting the game, haven't had a chance to get attached to the characters yet. And My Hero is another one that it was a surprise, but like, I wasn't all that attached to her yet. That one went by a lot quicker than the. Oh, hold on. Here, I can show you the character tier list. We know why the bottom ones are in the bottom. I did not realize how many characters I did not really have opinions on until I was doing this. Alright, so we did that. Oh, I also did this one that's ranking the media for it. And then now we are moving on to the execution. So I don't remember seeing uh Jin's uh execution. Like it when I looked it up, it's listed as being in the prologue of the first game. Or I think in the prologue. But I don't remember seeing it. That being said, it's also been uh, quite a while since I played the prologue of the first game. But I'm going to have to put it into D for don't remember. Hold on, let me stretch. Okay. Mondo's gets an A tier just because I okay, I was rewatching the executions today. The and sorry, but Mondo Butter is still probably the funniest one. It gets an A tier just because it pops up the little Mondo Butter. Celeste is S tier because of the way it ended. Like it starts out as like exactly what she wants, something dramatic, the flair, and then it ends with a very mundane death. And that is just like one of the best ones. So alter egos, the substitute in for Sakura. Honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it's not that interesting of an execution compared to like all of the all of the others. My throat is starting to hurt. There's no way I have talked enough for my throat to hurt. Okay. Oh, you know what? Maybe I did talk enough because I did kind of go on a tangent earlier about physical copies of media. Now I'm back in. All right. This one, S tier. It's beautiful. Comes out of the blue. I was not expecting it. Alright, let's see. Makoto's execution. A tier? Like, I'm not gonna lie. It is A tier primarily for what is on the blackboard that Monokuma is that Monokuma has put in front of Makoto. That and the the complete failure of it. Junko's. Junko's is S tier. Junko's will probably always be S tier. Although I do have to say I don't really remember. Ooh, I don't really remember AI Junko's execution all that much, despite the fact that I literally just watched it again today. Oh, right. Teru's was interesting, but like it was fun. It was also deserved. So, Pecos. Pecos is a B tier because like it's an interesting one, but it's another one that like in the grand scheme of things was not as out there as some of the others. But it does get B tier for the flair for the dramatics in Fuyuhiko. Mikons can go in A tier because there's a lot to unpack there. there's a lot of fever dream to that one. Gundams can also go in A tier. I like his. Because execution sure was something. It sure was. I think I had less strange dreams when I was in the hospital with my ankles than anything that was in this execution. And I was on a lot of pain meds then. Chiaki's. Oh, Chiaki's is such a good one. I love hers. I hate that it was her, but I love the execution. I don't remember AI Junkos being as impactful as the others. They can go in C tier just because like it didn't feel like it left a mark. I love how it only gets worse. It get better after you watch the anime because the parallels between real and AI Chiaki's executions. Yes. And like, yeah, it hits even harder. Alright, so Kaida's. Uh, mm, it was a good one, but I feel like the others. I feel like later ones do better. Well, it can go in A tier. Uh, Karumi's though, like honestly C tier. I feel like and Gonta's, even though Gonta's packed a punch because Gonta didn't even remember what he did. But for these two, I feel like they're both kind of almost lackluster in comparison to some of the other ones. Although Gonta's has the debuff of it also includes the like finale of the weird Monokub's incest storyline. Karumi's execution was probably one of my favorite in the series. Honestly, I think my favorite might have like actually been Celeste. Hold on, is Samugi's not up here? All right, Kaito's. I want to put Kaito's in S tier, but like he died before the execution could be completed. So for that, it does go higher because that's like the only one that happens with. But because of my attachment to Kaito, I want to put it in S tier. But I feel like realistically it should go in A tier. So this one I think bundles Kibo's and Samugi's since, you know, that all happens in one. It's gonna go in B tier. I can't really explain that why. Explain wow words. Explain why. Chiaki anime. Still S tier. Because that did damage. Hmm. It was. It really was. Like, Chiaki didn't deserve any of that. Juko was a cat playing with a mouse. Yeah, that is the determination to save friends. That is the anime power friendship there. You know what? I feel like Leon's can also go and see because it's the first one of the well the first trial related execution of the game. So I feel like it almost feels like a trial run, like it's not as out there as some of the others. It's a it's a rough one, but I would have curled up on the ground the instant my foot got stabbed. You know what? I think I might would have done the same thing too. Right. Kyo's as much as I would love to put it in S tier because it's Kyo, I would actually put it in B tier because I feel like compared to these, it doesn't it doesn't pack as much of a punch. Like it was good, but it wasn't great. Hmm. Kyoko's fake ending execution. Honestly, in comparison to Makoto's, it was kind of boring. Alright, so Kamaru, I don't really remember much of that. I know it was at the beginning of the game as like part of the prologue, but I don't really remember much of it, so it can go in D tier. Right, so Yuta goes in S tier because like that one took me by surprise. Like it gets added points because I thought for sure we had made a new friend and we were like going to gain a buddy along our journey, and then they immediately took him away. I wanted to know more about him so bad, and we got to meet him, and then it instantly got like rip the rug out from under us. Poor Hina. Yeah, she loses like a ton of her friends, and then separately, after she gets out of the first problem, loses her brother. Poor girl. All right. I'm not gonna lie. All of the kids' executions just kind of they're kind of middle of the road for me. You know, the girl that just keeps losing, she really is. Like they're all about the same level. They're like I know that they're side game ones, but they just don't have the oomph that the others do. Oh, wow, I feel like I blew through those last two. Like the character one, I think took uh 2.5 hours. Also, not helped by the fact that none of them died. Yeah, uh, none of them dying did also like take away a lot of the like emotional damage factor that would go with getting them a higher tier. So for this one, after I go through and do the FTEs for all the characters and play Ultimate Summer Camp, I'm going to redo this one and see how my opinions of the characters have changed after getting as much information on them as I can. Like, I'll do a stream that is just redoing this one afterwards. I do feel like my top tier ones are very predictable. And Miyu's is like borderline. It's just that I feel like I would need to finish her FTs before deciding to bump her all the way up. Are any of the novel characters included? Not in this one. I also have to finish reading the novels. Like by the time I redo this one, I will have read, I will have finished Danganronpa Zero and read Danganronpa If at the very least, and I will have done the FTEs and I'll have done the next game. I will say there is absolutely no way any of these move lower. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I definitely got a type in there, huh? uh, so most likely to move up, I think, would be Miyu. I think Anji would probably move up to the next tier because I do like her. I just feel like I need to know more before I can move her up higher than B. There was another one. I think it was Kibo and Kaito. They both might move up depending on their FTs. Kokichi gets so close to being the double S tier that it's almost not funny. But like, I want to. He is my pocket gremlin, and I cannot explain what puts him down here versus up here. But there's like a little bit of something that I don't quite know what it is. Right. And I think that's all I've got for today. I always think that the tier lists are going to go by much quicker than they do. I'll like look up and I'll be like, oh shit, it's been a couple of hours. How long have I been talking about these characters? But that is fun. Alright, I'm hungry. Alright. So I think this is where I'm going to end today's stream. I'm going to go find something to eat and then go to bed. Thank you for watching. Have a good night.